It is now 1800 hours. I'm going to call this workshop to order. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Congress or Councilman Mike Hammer. Please rise.
I pledge
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah. Okay, our one item under business is the discussion of House Bill. I'm going to yield to our city manager, Mr. Morgan.
Mayor.
Oh, as you were, roll call. Ms. Jones.
Mayor Medina.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Present.
Councilman Johnson.
Here.
Councilman Hammer.
Present.
Councilman Langevin.
Present.
Mr. Morgan.
Present.
Ms. Smith. Here.
Really proud Councilman Johnson's here. At this time, we're taking on the only item under business, House Bill 1365. City Manager, Mr. Morgan, take it away.
Yes, Mayor. We have a relatively brief slide presentation that the staff would like to present, and I think our police chief has got the first few slides, and then we'll follow by our community and economic development director, and at least orient everybody to the topic at hand. Chief.
Good evening, everyone. All right. So obviously we're here for House Bill 1365 with regards to our homelessness in the city of Palm Bay. With regards to the language of House Bill 1365 and going into effect on this past October, and also what's anticipated coming January 1st in terms of what municipalities and counties are responsible for. So with regards to law enforcement, we'll get to the slide here in a second. Oh, I guess I got the pointer, huh? All right. I'm just going to go to So as we have been for several years, and it actually was instituted, one of the things that we did for to be able to monitor and track our contacts that law enforcement has had in the city of Palm Bay back in 2019, the then late police chief, Jim Rogers, we instituted what we call designations for calls for service. So our calls for service, to be able to track how many instances we've had, how many interactions we've had with officers, or calls for service that we've received from business owners, citizens, with regards to individuals that may be considered homeless or camping out in their property, whether it's business or whether it's private property, whatever the case may be. We designated them what we called a Signal 55H for homelessness, right? So for the last 6 years, we've been able to track how many contacts we've had over the years in terms of our interactions with our homeless population. And not just for the sake of keeping track and monitoring how many contacts we've had, but also how many times we're able to provide services if they accept them. But also it also covers trespasses that we've also initiated at the request of the property owner and business owners and things of that nature. So just to kind of give you an example, in 2023, we've had in terms of homelessness contacts, using that designation that we created 6 years ago, we've had 131 contacts with homeless population in the city of Palm Bay in 2023. In 2024 year to date, we're at 234. So we have about an increase of 78% in those areas. What we also created was a designation for panhandling, which it's not always related to homelessness, but what we've seen that there is correlation in relation to that. A lot of our panhandlers are homeless and living in that population. So we created a designation as well to be able to monitor and track those contacts that officers are having. And we've seen a decrease year to date since last year, about a 5% decrease in the panhandling in the city of Palm Bay. And even looking at the numbers, it's not an astronomical number for the city this size. We're about, I believe last count, we're 143,000 people. And as big as we are, I don't know if we're 80 or 90 square miles at this point, but we had 42 contacts with panhandlers with the city.
We had how many, you said?
42.
42.
Year to date. So compared to last year, we're about just under 5% decrease in that realm. So Our procedures, obviously, is our patrols. As our officers are handling calls for service, our typical and conventional calls for service that we're receiving, they are also patrolling our community. They're patrolling our parks. They're patrolling businesses and plazas and things of that nature, where in years past and up until today is where the homeless population does congregate and frequent. One of our initiatives has always been is that we try to provide services for these individuals, right? A good percentage of those are veterans. We do communicate and work with Veterans Affairs and our local American Legion to try to provide them services with regards to get them out of that environment. Not always accepted, but we try nonetheless. That's always been a push for us within the police department, and also I believe with the city. So go ahead, sir.
Chief, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you touched on the veteran population that's homeless.
Yes.
When you directly provide those resources to them, when you say not accepted, I want to drill down a little bit more on that. Is it the individual that doesn't
Yes, sir.
accept it? Okay.
Yes, sir. So
All right.
it's the individual, and it's not so much just with the veteran, it's non-veterans as well. We do have a large percentage that they just don't want the assistance.
Okay.
But we do have a percentage that do. So when a business owner or a property owner does contact the police department with individuals that are either camping on their property or congregating on their property that are in the homeless population, we do make contact with them. If the property owners want them trespassed, we do provide them with a trespass affidavit, a trespass warning to the individual, and informing them that if you've returned, fortunately, we are going to have to enforce it. And the enforcement normally results into an arrest. But that's not our primary initiative. Our primary initiative is to provide resources. We do have others as well as that we use. Volunteers of America, the Brevard Homeless Coalition has assisted as well. But again, it does go back to those individuals accepting it or not. We really haven't had too many issues. We had a couple of incidents of this past year with violent crime, but it's been very far and few in between. But our big priority is to ensure that our local parks are safe for our community, for our kids and their families to go there peacefully and not have to worry about. And also with regards to individuals in camping and hanging out on property that they're not wanted. And I know with this House bill, certain guidelines we have to uphold, and we will enforce the law here in the city of Palm Bay, but we also do look at the individual and try to provide them with resources best we can, and move that forward. So,
Chief, can you walk me through a member refusing services? What's the next step?
well, unfortunately, there really isn't a next step. So if somebody refuses services, if we come across an individual that's on a public property or private property, and the property owner wants them removed or trespassed, we trespass them, right? And we tell them you have to leave. Here's your warning. We come back, we visit, or if we get a phone call again from the property owner, and the individual has either returned or is still present, and is not willing to leave, then unfortunately we have to enforce that trespass affidavit and enforce that law, and that results in an arrest. If they refuse services but leave, they don't want any services, but I'm leaving peacefully, no issues, and they don't return, we lose track of them. We don't know where they go. More than likely, what we've seen over the years is that they go and they put shop somewhere else. Whether it's in an undeveloped area, which a lot of these encampments are in the wooded areas, or they move from business plaza to plaza, and it's one of those things that it's taxing at times for our officers to be able to monitor and track, to try to keep tabs where they're going from, and sometimes we really don't know until we get that phone call from the property owner, from the business owner.
Thank you. Carry on.
Legal responsibilities in terms of tracking. I mentioned that we do have those designations that we created to better understand if our population, our homeless population, is increasing or our contacts are increasing. It does include an element of the panhandling, because sometimes it become very aggressive towards our community, particularly, and also it's a safety issue for us as well. Not only for those that are traversing and commuting throughout the city of Palm Bay, but also for those individuals in the intersections and in the right-of-ways. So it's a safety concern. We've seen a decrease, like I mentioned, about 5%. We're not seeing as much. I know a lot of people are seeing them along Palm Bay Road. Well, we have to understand on the west side, north side of Palm Bay Road is not Palm Bay. but I know the other municipalities are also out there doing their best to educate, try to provide resources and things of that nature. But our biggest thing here is, where do they go? I know in years past, it's been one municipality pushing them over into another municipality, and then that municipality deals with them and pushes them over to the next municipality. But it's really not helping the cause of what we're trying to do in terms of providing services, but also keeping our community safe and protecting the city all in one. So that's where we're at in terms of law enforcement responsibility. Our focus has maintained, will continue to maintain, even before House Bill 1365, was patrol our community, patrol our parks, our camping areas, where we've seen them increase their locations, and do the best we can in terms of providing the resources that we have available for them, and also providing the service for the property owners that are wishing them to be moved along. So, thank you. Any questions of the chief, counsel? Thank you. Thank you.
I think
Mr.
next
Moore.
up is our Community Economic Development Director.
Good evening. So tonight, myself and my associate director, E.B. Barati, we're going to share some initiatives and funding that the city has put into place and invested into the community to help with the homelessness issue. So as you can see here on this slide, is the city funded public services through ARPA. And basically ARPA stands for the America Rescue Plan Act, otherwise known as ARPA. And so with this plan on September 22nd in 2022, at 6 p.m., the city council allotted funding from this act to be invested into several nonprofits within the community, such as Catholic Charities, you can see there, and Helps Community Initiative, in the total amount of $383,560. And so they provided services. For example, Catholic Charities provided services in terms of rental, mortgage, and utility assistance. And currently, they have expended 95% of the funds that have been allocated towards them. In addition, Helps Initiative has provided cold night shelter services for the last 2 years and has one more year left on their agreement. We see here on the next slide for the CDBG CV1 and C3. So CDBG stands for Community Development Block Grant. Coronavirus Funding 1 and 3 resulted from the federal government's response to COVID-19. CV funding was uniquely designed to prepare for the response of COVID, was uniquely designed to prevent and prepare for and respond to the spread of COVID-19. The city provided funding to agencies for public services totaling in $359,931.43 to assist eligible households with maintaining and obtaining housing, rental assistance, mortgage assistance, utility assistance, and case management. So as you can see, there are several entities that we work with. Just to name a few: Catholic Charities, Helps Initiatives, Family Promise of Brevard, St. Vincent de Paul, Our Lady of Grace Community Housing Initiative, South Brevard Sharing Center, and St. Joseph Church and St. Vincent de Paul. Moving on. City funded public services, CRF, and CR stands for Coronavirus Relief Fund. So these funds actually came from the state through the Florida Housing Finance Corporation at the state level. These funds were expended in the amount of $434,693.64. The state provided these funds for public services. This was a city of Palm Bay. The city of Palm Bay directly assisted residents within the city. This was not subcontracted out to any nonprofit partners. And so through this program, you can see that the city was able to provide rental, mortgage, and utility assistance, which includes deposits as well. Moving into current year 2024, the CDBG program year 2024, the community block grant funding for this year will assist agencies with public services to include Catholic charities who assist individuals and families at risk of homelessness. In addition, you can see that we are working with the Space Coast Area Transit Bus Voucher Program. Through this program, the city staff directly assists residents with the bus voucher program, and many of these individuals are homeless. Any questions on any information that's been shared thus far? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor. So for SCAT, with the funding we did in 2023,
That's coming. Yes.
yeah, I just see the discrepancy. With 2024, it was $6,300 that was able to serve 25 people, but in 2023, it was $9,093 and was able to serve 155 people. So,
Sure.
if you can break down
Yes.
there's only a $3,000 difference, but one was able to serve 130 more people. So
That's a great question,
Okay.
and I'm actually my associate director. She's going to be able to answer that question for you. She's coming right behind me. Yes, sir. To talk about that. So I'll turn it over to her right now. All right.
Well, that's a good segue. Come on up, EBs. I don't want to throw out your presentation, but Councilman Johnson has a question. If we can get a response to that, then you can move forward with your presentation, ma'am.
Absolutely. So normally a bus voucher is, my math could be fuzzy. It's $42 for a month. If I remember, I got to go back and look at my numbers again. It's kind of fuzzy, but we purchase the bus vouchers in bulk. And then when the resident comes in, then we do our qualifying questions based on the federal funding and what those eligibility questions are for the household income. And if they're homeless, they're already considered to be eligible because they are homeless. So their income is probably zero. We purchase, again, those bus vouchers in bulk. So it could be, and I want to say it's either 21 or 42. I got to go back and look at my numbers. But once we decide, okay, this person is eligible, we give them the bus pass. It's good for 30 days. They can come back at the end of the 30 days. We look at them, ask, did anything change? No. Okay, here's your next bus voucher. So it depends on, last year was the first year that we did the program. It was super successful. It was funded at $9,000. This year, we funded it at $6,300. We could serve 25 people. We could serve more. The year hasn't ended. This is our second year. And October 1st is when it kicked off. We had to wait for our funding agreement to be sent by HUD and for us to execute it. So we did that. We're 2 months in now. So it may be more, it may be less.
2 months. This is the fiscal year starting October 1st. Is that correct? Okay, so you're just 2 months in, where as
Yes.
opposed it's 12 months before, and I got you. So the requests aren't there, is what I'm receiving. Is that correct,
Correct.
Elise?
Yes.
Okay. Is that good?
I got some. Are you seeing the same people come back every time, or are there a lot of people that show up and get it once and then they just don't come back?
So our homeless population that we saw last year, we are seeing those repeat again. And the reason that they're coming back is because they're using that bus voucher to go to the library, to get other resources, to go to agencies throughout Palm Bay. So sometimes one of the difficulties is they may not have an ID. You're homeless. You're gonna lose your belongings at some point. It's unfortunate, but it does happen. So they may need to use our bus vouchers. So sometimes they need a referral from the church next door. And once we get that referral, we can verify, okay, this church is helping them. They have a case manager. And so we'll accept referrals from other agencies, if they don't have an ID. But yes, to answer your question, we do see the same homeless population sometimes come back. And again, this is our second year. We just started, we just kicked it off, but it was very successful last year.
Mayor, can I ask a follow-on question?
Yeah, carry on.
If they are homeless and they don't have an ID, how do we identify them as a Palm Bay resident?
Because they are here. They are here. And sometimes you can look at the record online. Unfortunately, they do get arrested, and so you can look that up. It's public record, and you can see where they've received assistance from other agencies. We work well with our partners, so we know our population.
Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, I just had a
Deputy
question.
Mayor?
Is 30 days like a requirement, or can it be extended to 90 days? I mean, for somebody that's homeless and they have to go through all these different hoops, it seems like it's a lot out of their time and schedule every 30 days. If something could be extended 60 or 90 days, if especially if you're seeing a repeat.
I understand. Those are the bus voucher. That's the way it's built. So that comes from Space Coast Transit.
Scott.
It comes from SCAT like that. They're built in for 30 days. So they scan it. So as long as, within that 30 days, they're fine. It's not us. We don't decide the 30 days.
Yeah, okay.
Carry on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then
go ahead
we
and go
will
with
move
your
on
presentation, man.
To slide number 11. So CDBG program year 2023 and 22, the Community Development Block Grant Funding assisted agencies with public services to include the Space Coast Area Transit Bus Voucher Program. This was the first year the city offered the program, and it was successful. South Brevard Women's Center was assisted as well with their domestic violence victims program by providing transitional housing. In previous years, South Brevard Women's Center provided these critical services, and sometimes when you're in those situations, you do end up homeless. So this is a way to keep them from becoming homeless. Also in 2022, IM Ministries, also known as The Source, served 65 homeless individuals by providing safe sleeping arrangements. This unique concept called the Dignity Bus was very much partnership driven. City-sponsored affordable housing projects on September 22nd of 22 at 6 p.m. The City Council allocated funding from the American Rescue Plan Act, otherwise known as ARPA. The construction, these construction housing projects total a little over $3.6 million. New construction for Volunteers of America will increase affordable housing by 30 units here in Palm Bay. And that project is known as Space Coast Commons. Space Coast Habitat for Humanity completed 5 single-family homes for first-time home buyers. And Community of Hope acquired 14 affordable housing units, which will be affordable for the next 20 years. Additionally, with SHIP funding, the State Housing Initiative Partnership Program, we will be providing $270,802 to South Brevard Women's Center to rehabilitate 4 of their domestic violence units. With home funding, we provided $370,000 to build out 2 lots, and Macedonia received 6 surplus lots from the city to build on those as well. The best thing about that project is those units will be affordable in perpetuity. And that was one of the first ones, and I think that was a very successful project that, it'll be very good for the city. Encouraging affordable housing projects. So the city did its first Live Local Act project in November. It was approved, which will bring 48 affordable housing units for the next 30 years. And we also provide voluntary inclusionary housing to developers through the City Ordinance 169-009I. Finally, our Veteran Services Officer, which the chief was speaking about earlier with our homeless veteran population. We work with Brevard County, and we house now a Veteran Services Officer out of the Community and Economic Development Department on the 2nd floor. He came on board January 1st of this year. It's been phenomenal to have him come on board and help our veterans, especially those veterans that are at risk of being homeless. With his help and his resources, he's been able to house more than 8 homeless veterans since January 1st, and that number keeps climbing. The way that our VSO provides services is really something to be admired, because you see the way the veteran's life really changes when he has a roof over his head, especially here in Palm Bay. Also, with our first opioid agreements being approved, we have now 3 new projects through the opioid funding. And there is another round of funding that will be put out in January, and that has $37,000 of opioid funding, which could definitely help the homeless population.
So, Ibis, I wanted you to touch a little bit on assisted with domiciliary movements. Can you just highlight for the community what that entails? And
Absolutely. So sometimes a veteran will need just extra help. And so Volunteers of America does an excellent job assisting veterans. And so the partnership that we have with our VSO and the contacts and relationships that he's built with Volunteers of America really does help those veterans receive the wraparound services that they need. Additionally, sometimes it's not just, you have to look at the individual and say, okay, not everyone is the same. Veteran A may only need this little bit of help or this little bit of resources, but veteran B may actually need more based on, what affected him while he was in the military or she was in the military. So you can't treat every veteran the same. Those case management services are very much needed and critical. And so those domiciliary assistance through, our partners with Volunteers of America is very important.
yeah, and right along that same vein, the Department of Veteran Affairs has domiciliary beds, and when they're identified, those veterans, they actually thrive in barracks, so to speak. It's a dorm, and there's mental health counseling, and so they're given rules like if you're back in the military, and so I've seen that program very successful. Thank you for drilling down on that. Carry on.
At this point, that concludes my presentation. I'm going to pass this over now to Amber Carroll. She heads over Amber, I'm going to get it wrong because I'm nervous.
Well, Amber's right behind you. She's coming.
I'm going to let you take it over.
Hey, Mayor, can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, sure. EB, stand fast.
So since we're talking about veterans and homelessness, one acronym that I didn't see up there was the MVHS. Do we coordinate at all with the National Veteran Homeless Support Group, which is one of our main nonprofits for homeless veterans in Brevard County?
Say that acronym one more time.
NVHS.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I just want to make sure because we didn't talk about them, but
our partnership extends up to because I know Jeremy has worked throughout Brevard County. He has partnerships throughout Brevard County. And when I worked in Titusville, I remember working with NVHS. So yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Carry on, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi.
I'm Amber Carroll. I'm the Executive Director for the Brevard Homeless Coalition. And just to kind of give you a brief overview of what we do, my organization is the lead agency for Brevard County Continuum of Care. Can you just raise your hand if you've heard of that before? If you've heard of it? Okay. It's so just so that we're on the same, because it's for some of you might be new. We have in Brevard County, we have about between 160-ish nonprofits, for-profits, individuals, county, city representatives who have a heart and a desire to see homelessness rare, brief, and non-reoccurring in our community. A continuum of care is designated by HUD throughout the country. And so in Florida, there are 27 COCs. House Bill 1365 was why we're here tonight. And when they talk about there's some funding set aside to support this House bill that they've put into place, that money will funnel through the continuums of care. And so when you hear that, know that means that will flow through the Brevard County COC. My organization's the lead agency, so we're a 501c3, and we apply for funding on behalf of our community to HUD and also through the state. So we have approximately $2.5 million that we administer throughout the county to support the efforts that we're talking about here tonight. And just if we could for a second, if I could ask those in this
That's good.
room who are a part of the continuum of care to stand.
Would you stand if you're part of COC?
I just want you to
Okay.
see who you have in supporting you in this room.
So I see Love Inc. I see CETA. I see Street Side Showers. HCI is here. So I see quite a few.
Community of Hope, HFH
I
Supportive
see.
Housing.
I see Community of Hope.
Yes,
Okay.
VOA. You have an incredible group of community partners who are with you and together on this journey.
So just for clarification's sake, and thank you for standing. They're under your umbrella, so to speak.
They work together. Yes.
And
yes.
you funnel that funding to these different organizations.
Yes. I didn't come tonight with a list of the funding, but we do. We just won a grant through Universal Studios Foundation, $100,000 that we're bringing to Brevard County to support in part Street Side Showers for the work that they're doing. And the Cold Night Shelter Task Force kind of was birthed through the COC that HCI and Christy with Love Inc. and many others in this room are part of. The Continuum of Care is led by an advisory council. So there's 35 appointed and elected individuals. EB sits on that council representing Palm Bay. Also here tonight, Stanley Briz with the Brevard Prevention Coalition sits on that. Drew Warren, Christy Stewart with Love Inc., Drew Warren with Community Hope. I'm sure you know that. EB as well. So I just thought that might be helpful for you to know kind of what we do there. We don't, my organization doesn't apply for funding from Palm Bay, but the more coordination that we can do together in coordinating these services to support the needs of your community, the better we'll all be. One of the questions was asked earlier, how do we know somebody is a Palm Bay resident? How do we know that we're actually supporting our residents? And so we conduct something every year called the Point in Time Count. You might have heard us talk about that, and that is the homeless census. And so we organize that. It'll happen again January 23rd in 2025. And what we do is we take a snapshot of homelessness in our community. So last year, January 2024, there were 1,116 individuals experiencing homelessness in our community, highest number since 2015. It was a 6% rise from the year before. And one of the startling numbers, which is why the House Bill 1365 is very important for us to recognize, is the unsheltered count. So those who had no access to emergency shelter was 779 individuals on that night. And that was over a 70% increase from the year before. And the reason for that is that we have a severe deficit of housing that is not only affordable, but that is permanent with supportive services. Thank goodness for community developers like Community of Hope, Volunteers of America, HFH Supportive Housing, and others who are working hard at providing those type of housing. So, and there's a lot of great work that your staff is doing, and you are authorizing to ensure that is continued in this community. When we talk about House Bill 1365, we, as the COC, with our advisory council, established a work group. And in that work group, we had staff representation from the home consortium cities and the county and the sheriff's office. And through that effort, all we did was we came together and talked about what could be some opportunities to address this together throughout the community. Because one thing we know is that our population is transient. So they do go in between city boundaries. When we did the point in time count, we asked residency questions, and 80% of those who were surveyed last year have been in Brevard 3 years or longer. So just so you know, these are our residents. These are our neighbors, our friends, our family, and they are here. And so, so we've been working together to come up with some opportunities we can to ensure collaboration, so that we are all on the same page, and that we're just working with the not as recommendations. One, it's been a little tricky because it's really up to you how you want to respond. So we really want to have as much information gathered and to give to your staff so they are equipped to help you make the best informed decisions for your community.
So what have those discussions looked like? Like, what are the top three things? If you could just give me one or two of them.
Sure, easy, not easy, but we in Brevard County do not have a low barrier drop-in emergency shelter. Palm Bay did welcome the Source, the Dignity Bus from IM Ministries for that brief amount of time, and we know that bus drove away, but that was the beautiful example of something that we could stand to have in Brevard County, but not just in Palm Bay, throughout the county. We know that we have a long county and it presents a lot of challenges, and so identifying emergency shelter opportunities in 3 separate locations, north, central, and south in Brevard County, is something that we desperately need. If you're curious about the magnitude of our numbers in Brevard County, let me just tell you this real quick. We're number 6 in the state of Florida as far as the county goes for the highest point in time count of unsheltered individuals and chronically homeless individuals. So those who've been homeless for a year or longer with a disabling condition. So we're in the top 5, 6 in our state, top 3 for veterans homelessness. And we're also listed on a report that's given to Congress. It's called the AHAR report. We have been, for the last 2 reports that have come out, Brevard County has been in the top 5 of the largely suburban COCs in the country for the highest number of chronically homeless individuals. So we're receiving national attention, we're receiving state attention. So when House Bill 1365 comes out, we have to act. And I think it's a great opportunity to have workshops like this and conversations and make some decisions that really move us forward, because what we've been doing isn't good enough.
Yeah, that's a great point, Amber. And right along that same vein, you just heard our chief say that, they has no time if they don't want any services, and then they move on. So what percentage of those individuals, because I see it's a mental health issue at that point, right? What percentage of those homeless, let's say you have 1,000, as you mentioned, how many of those don't want services? How many of those want to stay underground, so to speak? What do you have any percentage of that so we can wrap our heads around it?
So when we have the survey, there are certain questions we ask every year that we're required to ask and that we add that the community decides. We want to make sure we track this information. And I don't have the printout in front of me, but I will get that to you so you each can have that in your possession after this. But 34% of those that we surveyed reported a behavioral health condition, so mental health, substance use disorder. So it's about 34%, which is a little different. Most people will spin that and tell you it's more like 75-80% of those, but that's not what we found in our surveying.
So when that behavioral health, is it more also on dependency issues, or is that a separate than the behavioral component?
Behavioral health is really what we use when we use that as an overarching term for mental health and substance use.
Okay. So combined.
It's a combined.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And whenever we hear that people don't want help, and of course we just heard you run across people who say no, thank you. One thing we do just also want to remind us is that when people end up homeless, it is oftentimes because a lot of the other systems have failed. They haven't been successful in education system or the judicial system or the child welfare system or whatever the system is. When it has all kind of come crashing down, they end up there. And so when someone says, I don't want that, it could be because repeat failures, repeat letdowns, trust has been broken. And so oftentimes when we hear that, we just want to push back a little bit like, man, but how many times have they been let down?
Right.
And so we just keep trying. There's no 1, 2, 3 strikes and you're out.
I can see that. And that's where I was leading to the VA domiciliary program. Right?
Yeah.
How many of those veterans have gone through that? And then when you get them in a structured environment, they tend to thrive in that.
Right.
Council, any additional questions for Miss Amber? Yes, sir. Councilman Hammer?
There's a word you said I really liked. It's called coordination.
Yes.
Is there any kind of coordinated response in between these cities to actually communicate with each other? Because right now, we're just bouncing people back and forth. So, is there anything together that the communities are meeting together to come up with a strategy for the whole county?
Yes.
Because right now, you're just providing little spots, and these people are transients for a reason. They're moving in between there.
Right.
Is there any kind of coordination between the local governments to do anything together? Because I know the Melbourne mayor, when he got his funding for Daily Bread, part of his was this is going to be something that helps Melbourne and Palm Bay.
Right.
What are we doing with Melbourne to work together with them? Because they did get funding in using our name. So is there anything that you know of offhand?
Yeah, we work. Did you want to add to that?
Oh, I'll let her go first.
Okay. So the answer is yes. And so what we talked about solutions to move forward here. So one of those is that we need emergency shelters throughout the county, and working on that plan. We also have something called HMIS, and let me say we have a database that we've already talked with Palm Bay about over the last year or so about maybe incorporating it and getting the other municipalities on board to train someone on your staff in your area that would have access to that could help us use that to help coordinate services and make sure we're not duplicating efforts, and that kind of works. So that is a way that we can do that by sharing data and also just coordinating efforts that way. We also oversee something called coordinated entry, and because we have a limited amount of resources, so a limited number of units that we have available for somebody to receive permanent supportive services. We have a limited number of units for people we call rapid rehousing. A couple rapid rehousing providers that we have, Catholic Charities is here, Community of Hope. Those are two of our big rapid rehousing providers. They help people rapidly rehouse, get them off our most vulnerable people, get them coordinated off the streets and in those places. So of course it's like a fun, right? We have a very limited amount, and then we have this high need. And so coordinated entry is a way that people call, they say they have a need, whether it's through 211 or through outreach, through outreach services, workers in our community, organizations, day shelters, who they come in. We train them on how to assess somebody's homeless situation, help get them entered into that system, and then they're given an assessment on their need. And the most vulnerable people, they're kind of ranked. Basically, you want to make sure you're not going to die on the streets, right? So that's kind of like crude, but that's and then when an available unit comes available, we look at the parameters around that, we look at the next person in line, and then we work them together to get them placed. So there is coordinated efforts involved. I think getting people on the same page as far as the database, getting a point of contact at each city. Every city has a spot on the advisory council with the home consortium. So Palm Bay, Cindy Dittmer sits on that. EB sits on the advisory council, COCO, and Titusville as well as the county.
Yeah, may I ask a question?
Go ahead.
In between, is there anyone here with the Daily Bread? Because Councilman Hammer just mentioned the Daily Bread, so to speak. Is anyone here part of the Daily Bread? Is the Daily Bread part of the Brevard Homeless Coalition?
Yes,
Yes,
Jeff
they are.
Jeff Noose sits on the advisory
yes.
council.
Okay.
Along with
Okay, just wanted to just highlight that. Then I had a question.
Yeah.
For the audience at this point, right? Because I don't want you to go anywhere.
Okay.
But we heard that these are the partners, right? If you're an agency that provides services and are not part of the Brevard Homeless Coalition, would you please stand? And I would want to hear from you on why you're not part of the Brevard Homeless Coalition and how you could get involved with the Brevard Homeless Coalition. How can that happen, Miss Amber? So, Miss Amber, since we're on that topic,
Yeah.
I want to hear. We have about 5 individuals that are not part of the homeless coalition. What can we do, or what do you offer for them to be part of that coalition?
Well, it's very easy. We have 4 meetings a year. Membership is free. Our website has a form. You don't have to be a member to attend the meetings, but we have those quarterly. Our next meeting will be in February, and then we just kind of get involved in the point in time count and.
Because I asked that question because council's direction at one point was to get communities involved, different churches involved, to see what else, what other services they could come and offer in partnership. So if they're here, I want them to have that
Thank you.
dialogue
Yes.
and see how we could all work in collaboration, right? So I wanted you to make that visual. So as we continue the meeting, those are individuals that we'll have to communicate with and see how we can build those bridges, right?
Yeah. Thank
All right.
you.
Council, any addition? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Of those 160 organizations, I'm sure you don't know an exact number. About how many of those are Palm Bay organizations?
Oh goodness. I could not answer that. A lot of our organizations work throughout the county, so that would be hard. Like just Palm Bay, or do they have services in Palm Bay? I don't know the answer to that.
No, I see HCI. I see Drew there. So I see a few Palm Bayers here.
Yeah.
Because I like the idea of I just want to go on record saying we have an amazing VSO. I'm really glad you brought that up. He's absolutely amazing. I do like the idea of having, even if it starts on a volunteer basis to see how it works, having somebody on staff to communicate on a regular basis, even if it's just somebody from the community that we designate as a liaison for Palm Bay, give them a little bit of a rapport.
For the homeless coalition, Councilman,
Like our VSO.
Okay.
That like.
Well, so I think we have a staffer. If
we?
I'm not we have EBs that oversees that and sits on her board on the Brevard Homeless Coalition. So she's our direct link to that. Okay. All right. Councilman Johnson.
Yes, I wanted to touch on your question, sir. Mrs. Carroll, thank you again for this. The first time I met you was when you spoke at the Space Coast League of Cities on House Bill 1365, I believe, before it even passed.
Yes.
When was that?
Gosh, April?
April of this year.
I think so.
Okay, so Mayor, with this past Space Coast League of Cities meeting being my last one of the final things I asked was, hey, where are it was every municipality in the room. I was like, where are we with House Bill 1365? And it was crickets. It was crickets. The only feedback I got after from one of the mayors was that they are waiting to see what happens with the Supreme Court, similar to Form 6. But I don't feel we should be waiting. So that's where we are with other municipalities. We're further ahead than everybody else, Mayor. Just having this conversation. So,
yeah. And so right along that same vein, Ms. Amber, and I love this dialogue, right?
Yeah.
And I love trying to accomplish something with this dialogue, gentlemen. So you mentioned the Source and the Dignity bus and how successful that was. And it was sad that they did come before us for additional ARPA funding.
Mm-hmm.
However, there was nothing that was concrete. It was all speculative. It was if this can happen, then we could provide this. They didn't have the properties. The properties that they were looking at were contentious by the community. There were businesses in some part. However, one thing strikes to me as so true is those buses were an outstanding opportunity of emergency shelter.
Yes.
They were able to commute. It reminded me as a naval bunk, being on a ship. And they could transport them, whether it's summertime, kept them cool, or wintertime and kept them warm. So that being said, they're no longer in our community, right? So, have you, and I know you have studied this, the Brevard Homeless Coalition has studied this. Are there any plans for someone within the organization or the Brevard Homeless Coalition to bring in a few of these buses, custom made buses like the Dignity bus,
Mhm.
and provide those services? Is that happening?
So in the how do I answer that? Okay. When the work group was meeting, the House Bill 1365 work group, we kind of got down, we talked through hotel conversions, we talked through all kinds of ideas of what are the best options in our community. And I think without exception, every municipality thought that was a great idea with this work group of having those mobile buses in our community. Everyone was in agreement. It's like, gosh, what if we could get a fleet? If we could get an organization that could manage a fleet of emergency shelter buses that they could locate strategically throughout our community, throughout our county. And so we actually we have about $750,000 that we are going to be opening up an RFP by the end of this week. So the Brevard Homeless Coalition will make a notice for an RFP for an organization to come forward with a proposal to put emergency shelter units on the ground. And we are looking at, and in the RFP will say innovative solutions such as a mobile fleet of emergency shelter buses. That would be a great use of this funding. We've already talked with the owner of the source, and so they are already open and able to build us 3 emergency shelter buses should somebody submit that in their proposal. It hasn't been published yet, and so this whole room here would be wonderful if they're listening, if someone would step forward and be willing to do something like that for us.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That would be awesome.
Thank you.
And it will take more than just the funding that we have to put forward. Again, it's about $750,000. Could build each bus. We figured could be built and operated for about $250 for the first year, and then every year after that is about $100,000. So there will be potentially the need for, let's say, if there was a bus located in Palm Bay, one in Cocoa, one in Titusville, however we do that, but some ongoing support from the municipalities to help us ensure that the operations of that can continue. And so we do have this funding can go for the construction of these units, whether it's a bus or it's someone buys a hotel and wants to do that. Most of our funding that we get is for supportive services, operation costs of emergency shelter and that sort. This is a unique opportunity we have.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. Any additional questions or comments? I'll start on that end. Councilman Langevin?
No.
Councilman Hammer?
No, sir.
Councilman Johnson?
Just comments.
Yes, sir.
I think that's a brilliant idea, brilliant use of the funding. From the last meeting we had, it was street outreach, emergency shelter, permanent housing, and implementation. And best case scenario will be if we had an MOU or something with one of these churches or nonprofits to manage the buses. And in that time, they can provide case management, whether it's financial, mental, or finding a career with career sources, something of that sort. So that way, because the bus can only hold 20 people.
Right.
But we clearly have more than 20 people who have needs. So the gist would be helping those, they're off the bus, put somebody else on, and just continue that process. And then for continued services, what you mentioned with the city, we have the CDBG funding. Mm-hmm. So after this year, say we got a bus in Palm Bay, that can be for, annual financing of the buses or the case management. Because the main thing, I know council's big on it, we want to make sure the dollars are getting to the end user.
Right.
That's the biggest thing, because in the past, when I've served on the board for the Community Development Advisory Board, a lot of the dollars didn't seem to get to the end user, or it was more so of giving out fish instead of teaching them how to fish.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Which is, I'm right there with you, Mayor. So that's the main thing. We want to make sure we as government aren't just handing out, but we're also helping out and assisting them and helping themselves.
Can I?
And so let me just, I want to highlight what Councilman Johnson's saying. We've seen, and we mentioned the source, right? We mentioned how successful they were. It wasn't just the dignity buses. It was the wraparound services.
Absolutely.
It was the ability to provide that respect for the person's self, that self-esteem, give them a purpose. They began to work. They began to handle food truck and manage food trucks. And it gave them that respect and that work ethic. That is that what I consider wraparound services is what Councilman Johnson is referring to. And that is an investment in a person's life, is ultimately to get him to the mental health stage where he is self-sufficient again and move forward. So it is not just the dignity
Right.
bus, but it is what other wraparound services. And we have opioid funding that we could collaborate with because it is a mental health issue, right? So this is that collaboration. I'm glad we're discussing this, gentlemen, because I believe that funnel, we're getting X amount of dollars every year for the next 15 to 18 years. If I'll ask the city attorney to brief us a little bit on that, but I think we have an opportunity to build and invest into people's lives that are willing to say, yes, I want to change my life, right? So, Madam Attorney, what is that funding stream for the opioids? Can you brief me on how many years and an estimate of it yearly?
Mayor, if you give me a second, we can come back. I know I sent out a memo to council. I'll pull that memo up, but
Okay.
offhand, I do not know the numbers.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Deputy Mayor.
No questions.
Okay. All right, Ms. Carol or Ms. Sam, does that conclude your presentation?
That's great. Yep.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak? Yes, ma'am. Please step forward. Please state your name and address. And
Carolyn Hicks. I'm public records exempt. I'm Southeast Palm Bay.
I'm
So-
sorry, say again.
Public records exempt. I'm in Southeast Palm Bay.
Okay.
So I'm actually a licensed clinician. It's behavioral health specialist, dual diagnosed. So some of the things, and I know Kenny Johnson and we met at a town hall meeting where he had held it, and there was a lot of conversation about homelessness and how we could proceed. One of the things that we were talking about is where to put them and how to do it. And I think that was a great open forum because it was able to.
Can you
give
speak
us-
more into the mic, ma'am? I
Sorry.
could barely hear
It gave
you.
us the
Pull
ability.
it towards you. Yeah,
It gave us the ability to have open conversations to say, like, that wouldn't be a proper location because of transportation. That wouldn't be feasible housing because there wouldn't be access to jobs, different things like that. One of the things that was discussed was like, can you tell me if I'm wrong? But they were saying like the container homes. So I did do the research on that after that meeting, and there actually is what they call pallets.
Pallets, did you say?
They use them for like.
Wait till you get on the mic.
They use them in like disaster recovery, and in some cities they use them for homeless. And you can see in that packet the different concepts of them where they're able to use them to provide short-term housing. So it's a transitional thing. So it's an alternative to your bus solution with the pallet homes where they could go and utilize those, have case management things there on site. So when you look at homelessness and how they succeed, you have to look at it in a behavioral health standpoint, because a lot of times they'll go through the process. So if you look at addiction, for example, and they go through the steps, and we brought this up at one point, is at a treatment facility, they go through all the steps and they're ready to go. They're ready to go back in the community. There is nowhere for them to go, right? So they've gone through the steps. Now it's time to transition out. There's no services. Let's be honest. As an SME for the state, I can't find placement. We're sending them to Cocoa. We're sending them to other parts of Florida because there are no services here. There are no services in Palm Bay. And if they are, they're very far and few. So we're sending them out. We're sending them Cocoa. Is probably pretty much one of the closest locations. So if you look at it, we have to provide them immediate basic needs. That's food, shelter, and hygiene. Connect them to the housing solutions. Provide that mental health and substance use. assist with employments and jobs, life skills. As much as we think it's common sense, for the average person, life skills is not common sense. And of course, building that, providing legal assistance. Okay, some of them have some legal, like the chief said, they may have a trespassing thing. Offer and support and help them make those decisions. They may not understand, right? They may be afraid of that officer who's offering services, right? So maybe it's finding that. So when I was stationed in Birmingham, Alabama, there was a great project that we worked with. It's called Project Homeless Connects. So every year we would open the Coliseum, and inside this Coliseum, we would have dental providers, people, barbers, medical procedures, or not medical procedures, but medical staff there. So they would come in and basically a volunteer would be assigned to a homeless person. And with that, they would have an outline of all the services in there that day. And we would follow them to stations. It would be as easy as somebody getting an ID card, right? They don't have to have a driver's license, but just a simple ID card. You can get a job with an ID card, right? Somebody from Social Security, somebody there to help them obtain a birth certificate. We were looking at it as a hand up and not a hand out. And a lot of times we look at giving them a hand out, but we need to give them a hand up in the sense of giving those. So when Project Homeless connects and their whole program and how they set up, they open it up and they spend it one day. They open the bus services, give transportation to and from for the homeless people to the project. And it's all these local communities all in one big area to help them. And we made a lot of improvements just in that one day, once a year. So there's something we can look at.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Does that conclude your comments? Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, that's equivalent to what I have seen as a stand down, where they come in and just like she's describing, you get your meal. Thank you for your comments, ma'am. You get all these wraparound services because we do take for granted a lot of things, IDs, and it's important to do that. I've seen it done before. Perhaps Amber, did Amber leave? Oh, she's there. Oh, you're way back there, man. Okay. Yeah. Have you done anything like that, like a stand down that she described? No. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for your comments, man. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, I've got. Keep your hands up, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep that number. Whoever's 2 is after Master Chief.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I've got 2 items to address. The first one, how is Senate Bill 102, which is going to be talking about on Thursday under consent agenda number 7, going to impact on House Bill 1365? Primarily, that concern is, will there be any fallout for the requesting to opt out on the tax abatement when we're trying to qualify for grants? If we don't want to, if they've got 2 bills competing, then what's going to be the fallout of that? Because if we're looked at as the bad kid in the neighborhood, then you have a tendency not to get what you're asking for. All right. The second one was, you brought it up, and that was the Dignity buses. We saw those, and for those of you who have lived on a ship, it was very comfortable in comparison to the ship's lifestyle. But remember, that was movable. You could move it around. It was economical and compared to the price of to that as it is to building a 2-bedroom apartment or anything else like that. And you can use it for more than one use, right? The other one was, we tried getting many of these. We tried getting 2 of them. If I'm going back and rewinding my tapes, we tried for 2 when we were first trying to get them here, if I remember correctly, right? Another thing that was nice about the Dignity bus was you could then use it because people have a hard time getting transportation when you're living out in Southwest Palm Bay. You have cold night shelter coming up. You could move that to where it could be, or you could even use it as making some kind of a route. So if they knew about the route on cold night shelters, you could move it and pick them up. There's a lot with this one, right? The other item on this one was the fact that under Senate Bill 102, which says of your commercial, your industrial, and your PUD land designations that you could possibly use that bus location in that aspect. So it would be meeting both Bill's criterias. So it's just something to consider, and that's where we're at with it now. I like the dignity bus idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2.
Mayor, Council, thank you so much for having us here tonight. My name is Alfie Silva. I'm the Community Partnership Manager for New Life Mission. I think basically one of the things you talked about getting the municipalities together. What I'm seeing is that what we really need to do is get together the organizations in a clear conversation, just as much as we can pass the buck from one city and one municipality, and that's why they're transient. I think we've all can agree that we've not solved the problem one way or another. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here tonight. The chief would be policing in a different way. That being said, we have to get the right verbiage out there for our community. We have to address our community, our small business owners, because they are really the backbone of our community. Also, our homeowners, to understand how they can get the resources out there, the information that will provide all of us in the community doing the work. I wanted to say that when you're met with the adversity of not having the proper information or the education, we start spinning our wheels round and round, or we're not on the same page. And I find that happens way too often. We need to have success by leadership and success by community. And the lack of community, in some sense, with this, I'm hearing the verbiage all the time. It's the cost of housing. It's the cost of housing. It's the cost of housing. Homelessness is not just the cost of affordable housing. And we have to get on board with what the real issue is here, meet everybody on an individual basis, and also meet all of our municipalities on an individual basis. The recommendation for the communities getting together from municipality to municipality, it's a little different. Palm Bay is a little bit more rural in some areas than perhaps Melbourne and Indy Atlantic and all these other things. And when we can find a common stream of where we can get together and meet that first problem head on, I think then we're ready. When all of the organizations dealing with homelessness can get on the same page, then we can assist you better as a community to get on the same page as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Alfie, I appreciate you speaking
Yes,
on that.
sir.
You hit it right on the head. Could you speak? I've had the pleasure of visiting New Life Mission. Can you speak
Yes.
what y'all do and the services you provide and for who you provide them for?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak on that. I think it would be better. Our CEO is actually here, Amy Lyons, who had actually, like, if you've not had the opportunity to meet this incredible woman, she will tell you more readily that I could speak for an hour. I will overshare. But here's our CEO, Amy Lyons from New Life Mission.
Hi there. Nice to meet you. New Life Mission is a program, a 2-year program for women with children. We don't take government funding, and we have a 90% success rate for women who go through our program. It's a 2-year program. And the biggest thing for us is that we're wrap around all of the services. So we're life skills. We don't take government funding because we also have Bible study. So in order for us to continue to do that and to not be, I'll say it.
You can keep it real.
To not be censored and and also all the red tape. I'm going to be honest with government funding. So 2-year program. So our moms go through the program and then they have an opportunity to rent from us for up to 2 years. So we're really digging in because mental health is, I would say, 100% of our moms have mental health struggles. So that's anxiety, that's depression, is very real. And the experience of being homeless will give you mental health issues. So if we're saying it's only 35%, that's not what we're seeing.
Do you work closely with Love Inc.?
Actually, we do.
Outstanding.
Yes,
Love
we do.
in the name of Christ. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
We do.
Outstanding.
So we work, and also with Habitat for Humanity.
Okay.
So graduates from our program have had Habitat homes built, so we work closely with them. And to what Elfie's saying is we really need to be working together, all of our organizations, And I think we're doing an okay job. We're not doing great.
Are you part of the Brevard Homeless Coalition?
So we are. We have had some issues that because we don't take government funding, we're not as valuable, I guess, to the coalition, since most of the government funding comes through the coalition.
You know, I remember, and I'm glad you're hitting on this, because I remember in the early 2000s, there was a faith-based initiative that allowed organizations such as yourself, without the scrutiny, so to speak. Of course, everything had to be up on the up and up, but it was encouraged for faith-based organizations to provide wraparound services, such as what you're discussing. So perhaps in the not so distant future, we can see that again.
Yeah, we're 100% donor funded. So private donations, churches are big support.
Mostly
and I really
churches.
think a lot of the solution to this is going to come through the churches.
Yes.
So the more we could involve them, the better it would be.
You know, there's a pastor, I'm sure there might be another, but there's a pastor I recognize here that you may want to have a discussion offline. He's also very passionate about getting involved in things that are needed. If you turn around, you'll see the gentleman with that blue shirt there, the gray hair. Yeah, that young man. He's still young. Don't let the gray hair fool you.
Yeah.
But I'd love for you to have a discussion with that pastor
I'd love to.
moving forward. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alf.
Yes, sir.
Who's number 3? Who is number 3? Okay. What number were you? Oh, you're 4. You're 5. You're 4. You're 5.
Okay, thank you for having us this evening. My name's Jennifer Ottamanelli, and tonight I'm representing Ways for Life. One of the public groups that we haven't discussed yet is homeless youth. And Ways for Life stands for Wraparound Youth Services. They are part of the local homeless coalition with Miss Carol, and the executive director, Pamela Bress at Ways for Life, is the chairperson for the End Youth Homelessness Committee. National research by Measure America is tracking now the number of disconnected youth nationwide. Disconnected youth are defined as youth between the ages of 16 and 24 that are not connected to education, they're not connected to employment, and they're not connected to any training. Nationwide, there's 4.1 million disconnected youth, but in Brevard County alone, there are 6,000 disconnected youth. That means they're not in school, they're not working, and they're not training to do anything else. These are the people that become the chronic homeless because we're not detouring them at this juncture. So what Ways for Life provides is wraparound services at a one-stop drop-in center, like the woman was talking about coming to the Coliseum, only we're there all day, every day. So if you meet youth in the community that fit this criteria, send them to us. We provide success planning with short-term and long-term goals, free legal services, assistance securing emergency housing, and then transitioning them to permanent housing arrangement. There's an education lab. We can help them in school, or we can also put them into our GED Fast Track program. It's a 5-week program where they can acquire their GED and then move into the Career Pathways program. We work with Career Source of Brevard, dozens of employers in the community to give them not only immediate employment, but we work with them to find out what do they also want to do long term. And we set them up for that and give them the resources they need to be able to achieve some of those goals. We offer life skills classes, mental health therapy. We have a food and a personal needs pantry. So while they're there doing the programs, they can get their food and take it with them when they go. The agency offers transportation. We have a mentor program, and much more. That's just a brief summary of some of the key resources that we provide. Without these resources, the youth that fit this criteria of no employment, no education, and they're not otherwise connected, they end up becoming those that go to jail, pipeline to prison, and often become the homeless in our community. 70% of the youth served at Ways were formerly in the foster care system. And the Jim Casey Youth Foundation talks about the social cost of a youth aging out of foster care is $300,000 over that person's lifetime. With crime, homelessness, lost wages, it's a $7.8 billion expense in the U.S. annually.
Thank you, ma'am.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 4. And ma'am, you're number 5. You were 5? You're 6. Okay, let me get through the first 5, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Councilman. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight. I'll be very brief. I'm Buddy Morrow with CITA Rescue Mission. It stands for Christ is the Answer. We are a program that's been around 55 years in our county. When I came here, we were a emergency shelter, overnight shelter. And I found that what we were doing was we were enabling the homeless to stay homeless by not being able to get them off the streets and make them get into programs. And so we changed to where we're a longer-term facility now. We ask our men for at least 6 months, hoping to get a year out of them. Our women and children's shelter that we just opened is a domestic violence shelter because it is almost impossible to open a homeless shelter anywhere in our county because it's going to take years for you fighting to be able to find that place to go. And so I'm asking you tonight for some help. Our organization that we're a part of is the largest international organization for homeless missions, and we're about 400 in membership. And this past probably 6 months ago at a national meeting, we were told by the federal government along with the Salvation Army that between our organization members and the Salvation Army, 72% of the homeless overnight shelter beds are provided by our organization, the Salvation Army. I have not been a great fan of overnight low barrier shelter, to be honest with you, but our organization is pushing us very hard to start to open a low barrier shelter somewhere because of the bills that are being passed in our different states. And a lot of states, they're not doing anything with them. A lot of counties, when they talk to the sheriffs or the city, they're not doing anything because they don't have room to put people in jails and prisons and things like that. But I'm asking for you guys. I will be flying out to San Antonio, Texas. I'd ask that you look at havenforhope.org. It is an organization that went into San Antonio, Texas, into an area that was just plagued with homelessness. And they brought all their services in together. There's mental health, there's medical there, there's dental there, and I could go on down the road. There's low barrier shelter at the same place. There's family housing and all that. It's about 18 years old now, but we have to start somewhere with bringing something like that together into our community. And we need your help to be able to find a place, be able to have a place where we could do it. We are really praying and asking the Lord to direct us to a place to start overnight low barrier shelter in this area, but we'd like to do it where it would be large enough to bring all those services in under one roof and be able to meet the needs, because our mental health is it's almost impossible to work with. Back in the late 60s when the federal government started taking away the funding for mental health, it's gone downhill from since then, and we don't have enough services for that in our town. So we'd like to address that situation too. Thank you so much for your time tonight. I'd like the opportunity maybe to get with you, Mr. Mayor, later on about that if we could, and maybe the other council members. Thank you very much. Lord
Thank
bless
you. Mr. Mayor, Buddy, come on closer to the mic, sir, and bring it up. And
Yes, sir.
This gentleman has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know that.
Did you know? I'm sorry. Did you know the Ellisons when they were
Yes,
there?
sir.
Okay, when I was
knew
a little
Johnny
kid,
years ago. I started my ministry here at Florida Children's Home.
Okay.
That was over off of Dairy Road, and I came to the mission quite often and helped out at the mission at that time.
Yeah, when I was 16, 17, 18, we used to go over there and we would donate, we would fix cars for them.
Yes, sir.
So we had the shop over there, me and actual Kyle Ellison. He was one of the kids my age.
Kyle.
It was the grandson of Mr. Ellison.
Know Kyle
started
very well.
everything.
Know Kyle very well.
I was one of the kids that was out there fixing cars with him.
I'll tell Kyle that
So,
I saw you tonight.
I would say thank you very much for everything you do, sir.
Well, thank you all for
I
allowing
know
us to
I
be
know
here.
how things can be over there, and I know the changes you're making in people's lives. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hold on, Mr. Merrill.
Do you mind providing?
You're
I'm a
quite
country boy
popular,
from
sir.
Alabama. I'm sort of just dumb country boy. And so
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with
Didn't
Alabama.
get out, man. Didn't get out.
Not from Mobile.
No, what part of Alabama?
I was born in a little place called Opp, Alabama. No one's ever heard of it.
Yeah, I have it.
You ever heard of Dothan? Dothan, Alabama is about 30 miles from there.
Buddy, that's a form of compliment.
I know.
Your accent. He's just loving on you.
Yeah,
No, you're fine. My grandmother's
Listen,
from
I've been
Alabama.
taking English
So.
as a second language for a long time, brother.
That's right.
Anyway.
Do you mind providing your phone number for us, sir?
Pardon?
Your phone number?
You want to do that in public, or
you know what?
You could just.
I'll catch you offline.
I don't mind, sir. Write it down.
I can give it to you.
Okay, you're good, sir. You're
All right,
good.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No, thank you, sir. I'll give you his number.
Hello, good evening. My name is Terry Smith. My address is 1521 Summit Road, Southeast, Palm Bay, Florida. And I'm a recent resident of Palm Bay. I used to live in Sebastian. Just in September, I moved up to Palm Bay because I loved it so much. And I work here. I moved here from Columbus, Ohio, however, in 2019, from the big city. During COVID, my church, Truth Revealed International Ministries, which is located on Palm Bay Road, our pastor is Bishop Merton Clark, we got involved working with the homeless. It was just a coincidence that I was sitting in a meeting similar to this, and we heard that there was not going to be a cold night shelter in all of Brevard County. It would never cross my mind that there was no drop-in shelter in all of Brevard County on the Space Coast, where we can send men to the moon, where we can, just fly around at will. And we've not been able to solve this issue in all of those 4 years since I've been here in 2020. We raised our hand at that point and we opened up our facilities for the cold night shelter. And we've been supporting and hosting the cold night shelter for Palm Bay since then. Was never, ever our intent to do, but because the need was there, we stepped up and we've been doing that. I'd like to see Palm Bay be known as the city with a heart. Although collaboration is the key, as a citizen and living here now in Palm Bay, I'd like to see Palm Bay take the lead. This is something that, again, as a growing city, as a metropolitan city, I don't know if you want to be metropolitan, but you're the largest city in all of Brevard County. The point in time count, I believe last year, the largest number of the homeless population were located in the south end of the county. And that would include Palm Bay. Whether they have an address, a physical address or not, and we've ran across that problem multiple times when we've tried to get services with funding that we got from Palm Bay, because we could not prove this homeless person was a Palm Bay resident. The homeless people go where the services are most of the time. And we have collaborated with, and we are members of the Homeless Coalition, and we have partnered with different agencies. We used our funds that was awarded to us previously for hotel rooms.
Thank you.
And we just want to say, we want to, we're here, we're available to help, but we cannot do it all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. You were number 6.
I'm short. I'll bring it way down. Hi, my name is Kara Beard. I'm a resident, but I also work for a nonprofit locally here in Brevard County, Volunteers of America, Florida. So I wanted to touch on a couple of things that I noted during the presentations. Back before I worked for Volunteers of America, I worked with Daily Bread and did the outreach in Palm Bay on a weekly basis with my partner at the time, Michelle. When we were doing weekly outreach in Palm Bay, and had solid solutions for pathways out of homelessness, there was not anybody we met that did not want our assistance. So, and I can understand that the police are probably getting that reaction because they're the police. And there's a lot of resistance from the population. They need to trust you, and that comes from consistency. One of the first people I housed, it took me 2 years to gain their trust before they actually let me do what I told them I could do, so that they would trust that I could do what I told them I could do. I also noted during the presentation, a lot of the funding that city is giving out is homeless prevention. And that's very different. It's very important, but it's very different than addressing the actual homelessness in Palm Bay. It is great to prevent it, but we need to spend dollars equally on addressing the people who are currently sleeping outside and very vulnerable. I also noted during the presentation that the city of Palm Bay has very little production of affordable housing units. We are very blessed that we received great money from the city. We received over $1 million for our project in Palm Bay that is going to supply 31 new units to Palm Bay to address very low income individuals to house very vulnerable population. And then there's some Macedonia and things like that, but it's extremely important that the city starts to learn what they need to do to attract affordable housing developers. They have to make it attractive. They have to make it easier. They have to make it very quick process, things like that. And right now, there's things that the city could be doing that we're not to attract those developments. I think the bus is also an amazing idea. It was very sad when we lost it, but we have to recognize that, like Amber said, we're looking at 700 people sleeping outside on a nightly basis. 3 buses addresses less than 10% of that problem. The city and the county need to come at this at a multifaceted. They need to look at different ways to bring in housing, quick ways, long-term ways. What we're doing is a 3-year process that would started and will finish very soon next year. We're very excited, but the city has to look at different ways to bring in units, quick units, long-term units. I like I said, the buses as well. And we are also partnered with Ways at Brevard. So if you're not familiar with Ways, that she came up here, they are doing incredible things with youth that are aging out of foster care, that there's a special voucher specifically for them. One last point is that the city of Palm Bay is the largest city in Brevard County. And it's my understanding that they have the least number of supportive units. A supported unit is one that's subsidized for somebody who is on a very fixed income.
Thank you, ma'am.
And we need to address that in Palm Bay.
Thank you, ma'am.
And just that's part of the reason I was able to get the funding
Ma'am?
for ours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask for the next 5 speakers by a show of hands. So keep your number handy. You're number 1. You're number 2. The gentleman with the gray hair is number 2. You're number 3. You're number 4. Number 1, please stand.
Good evening.
You could raise that whole podium. The actual, there's a doctor's going to help you.
Hi, I
There
see
you go.
it.
Yes.
Yay, wow, fancy. Nice. Well, thank you so much for opening up this conversation. It means a lot to so many of us here in the room. My name is Christy Stewart, and I serve as the Executive Director at Love Inc., Love in the Name of Christ. And you need my address as well? Okay, 111 Wimico Drive, Indian Harbor Beach, Florida. Love Inc. is an organization here in town. We mobilize the church to change lives and communities in the name of Christ. We do not, one thing I love about Love Inc. is that we do not duplicate what's being done well in the community. We join in. So we do not directly we do not directly work in housing, but we are partnered with many of the organizations here that you have seen tonight. We also bring the church into community woes so that they can be brief, rare, and non-reoccurring. I also chair the Cold Night Shelter through Brevard Homeless Coalition. And I am currently working with a gentleman. I don't want to say too much. He couldn't be here tonight. He's a lawyer and settling a case in London. But he has some means to bring a low barrier shelter to Brevard County. And so we are looking at a city that is willing and open to do that. And I'm hoping that that will be Palm Bay. I don't really know what the next steps would be in that conversation, but they would purchase the land, the building, bring the organization here to run it. So a low barrier shelter would be where folks could come in the afternoon, get a hot meal, spend the night, and then get breakfast the next morning and then be on their way. And that repeats. So I understand that this is just one of the pieces in the puzzle. But we would love for you to be open to having a further conversation about that.
Does that conclude your comments?
That concludes the comment.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Do you have a card now?
I can give you my card.
We can get a hold of it.
All right.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
got him. Thank you.
I'll give you her number, sir. I wouldn't want to put it over the airwaves. Thank you, Miss Christie.
Christie's always a hard act to follow, that's for sure. So anyway, Mark Miller, 898 Nelson Avenue, Palm Bay. Senior pastor of Victory in Christ Jesus Ministries. Homelessness, for us is something that weighs heavy on our heart as well. We support Hands for Healing Food Bank that's kind of run by East Wind. We support them. We serve at Daily Bread monthly. Lots of different things that we're doing, and also been a partner with Love Inc. for a long time. Right. So I just kind of came up to publicly, I guess, state the name and the name of the church, because I know there's a lot of folks here from different organizations. I've got, Amber's information and Drew from Community of Hope and others to say that, okay, we're here. We got a team that, wants to mobilize and get involved in different areas. And so I'm just up here to publicly say that. Thank you for hosting this event and connecting us together, because that's what we want to do, engage the community and help out wherever we can. Of course, I want to challenge all churches to get involved right here at our community, right? Everybody wants to do missions far away in another country. We got a lot of missions that needs to be done right here in Palm Bay. All right. That's all I got, short and sweet.
Well, thank you, Pastor. Senior pastor, not because of your age, but because of you're the lead pastor, correct? All right. I just wanted to clarify that, sir.
Hello, my name is John Adams, and I run an organization called Street Side Showers. And I'm up here speaking to you because Freddie said he was going to if I didn't come up here. So anyhow, a lot of you are familiar with, I'm in the parade every year in Palm Bay. I live in Palm Bay at 411 Commodore Avenue. And I'm going on my 6th year now, giving showers to the folks here in Palm Bay. Not only just Palm Bay, I'm also now partnering with Daily Bread and giving showers in Melbourne, because they're going to be closing that facility down as they build their new transitional housing. So, and I also give showers in Titusville and Cocoa. I've been friend to the homeless for 6 years now, and they'll cry on my shoulder when they lose a loved one. And a lot of it, like many have mentioned, it's a mental illness. They're not sick enough to be institutionalized where they're going to hurt themselves or others, but they're not well enough to hold a job down. With this HB 1365, I think that's the right number. Anyway, I see this being not so much against the homeless, because there's no way they can arrest every homeless person. Where do you sleep? What do you do? But it's addressed to the city that, you're going to have to deal with them. No, that's why we're having a meeting tonight. But I can see John Morgan coming after all the cities and saying, "Hey, what are you doing to help the homeless?" And we're going to sue you. So it's a scary thing what they did. Um, but my goal is I retired from Health First 2 years ago. That's why I'm able to do more showers in more cities. But my goal is where everybody is home, housed, and they don't need my shower trailer anymore, so I can go fishing out here in the river. Um, so, but in the meantime, if you decide you're going to put a camp out in the compound or something, I'm willing to come bring my shower trailer and they can fit. It's nothing like a hot shower. We take showers before we go everywhere. We take it for granted, but a nice hot shower, we give them clean underwear, new socks, and hygiene items and whatnot. It gives them a little dignity and pride. And I've been working with a lot of the folks here in this room. They help me. And right here, these young ladies, they help me at the church here. We every Tuesday we're at the St. Vincent de Paul's giving showers. So I just wanted to let you know what we do, and I'm willing to help in any way.
Well, thank you, Mr. Adams, and thank you for what you do, sir. Next speaker. You could bring that down. I think Christy set the bar really high here.
That's what I said when I saw her raising it. Hi, my name is Judy Lazaro, and I'm a volunteer here at Our Lady of Grace Church, St. Vincent de Paul. And we deal with many, many homeless, as you know. And when this bill went into effect, this 1365, a lot of our homeless have been arrested. And what happens is they go to jail. I don't know how long they stay in there, Chief.
Ma'am, come look at me.
Yeah, I don't know how long they stay in there. But what happens is they're released and they're given a notice to appear in court. And of course they forget, or they don't have a way to get to court. And then they get rearrested on a warrant. So they just need some place to go. It's just going to keep happening like that if there's no place where they can go. And we all know that's the biggest problem here of our city, is that there is no place for them to go and sleep and be safe. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, ma'am. That concludes your comment. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, ma'am. Please step forward. State your name.
Good evening. I'm Felicia Prince, Executive Director of COTG. Address is 1385 Riley Street, Palm Bay, Florida. I just wanted to quickly touch on collaboration. So COTG, we started originally as frontline community service providers for COVID testing. In that instance, we were made aware of our homeless population, and we partnered with several of the groups that were here to provide different services. So as far as collaboration is concerned, I wanted to share with our partners that last year we gave away about $12,500 of incentives for medical services for individuals that took advantage of it, that did require some shots maybe or some education. Nonetheless, I wanted to share with the community partners that are present here every flu season. We have these funds available. It's given to us through a grant. So we wanted to make sure that our partners were aware. We have traveled to different homeless shelters. We've been to the Daily Bread. We set up camp out there just to make sure that the homeless populations are vaccinated during the flu seasons. And in addition to them being vaccinated, they're able to have an incentive. The range can be from $25 to $10, but at least it's a meal for that night, because if they get vaccinated, they do receive the incentive. So I wanted to share that with the partners that are here. We're doing our due diligence. We did apply for the opioids proceeds to offer some services as far as education is concerned and drug testing. And that is still a service that we do. However, there is a component of the company that does want to reach out as far as homelessness is concerned and community outreach. So I wanted to share that information just so that our partners that are here are aware. We do have the funds available, the incentive funds available for this season as well. It extends until March of this year, so it is available if anyone would like to take advantage. We've been to the city. We vaccinated also the employees here and offered the same services. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware, especially the partners that are here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss Felicia. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. You're next.
I don't like to do this.
Say again.
I don't like to do this.
Okay, well,
But
just
I'm
get the
doing
mic
it
close.
because I work for Catholic Charities and I'm very thankful for the funds that you all have given us to use to help just Palm Bay residents. And when I meet with the residents, I tell them the city of Palm Bay has given me this grant to be able to help you because I want them to think of this city as somebody that helps. I also wanted to say that I have lived in San Antonio, Texas, and I know what the gentleman was talking about. It's a whole compound, and it's kind of like the Dignity Bus, but bigger, a lot bigger. And there's people that can sleep outside that if they come in with alcohol in their breath, they won't let them come in, so they can sleep outside but undercover. And they also have career sources right there on their thing. Like he said, there's barbershop, but they teach them to do these things just like the Dignity Bus was going to do. So I just wanted you all to know that if you really do look into San Antonio, they do have a really good program that they've done with the homeless, and they partnered with, I think, California to figure out how to do it. So I just wanted to say thank you again for bringing this up.
Well, thank you, ma'am, and thank you for everything you do for Catholic Charities. And then you're talking about havenforhope.org. It's San Antonio. Yes, ma'am. I just briefly glanced in that. Next speaker. Yes, sir. Please step forward. Ma'am, you're next. I caught you with my peripheral.
I was going to speak for my Miss.
So just go ahead and right in there.
I'm Miss Buddy Guy, Canal Street, 442 Canal Street, I've been resident for 15 years. Very grateful. My son was being home myself. We all have functional. 7 years ago, my now it became popular on WISP, the city Palm website. It helps you with resources. Helps you find information to help you. Not give you homelessness, but all homelessness. That's what told me when you have to need information on the list. You can't get it on myself. I'll be happy to share with you guys.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You
So,
wanna try?
yes, so I'll jump in. So, me and Mr. Crowley met years, like he said, 7 years ago. And over that, he was homeless for a long time. Over that time, he's transitioned from Titusville down to Palm Bay, up and down, and he collected a lot of resources in regards to a lot of documentation and information for homeless. He provided it to me, of which I provided it to Thomas Gom, and then Thomas Gom provided it in a format to Dr. Brian Robinson to stream on the city's website, which I believe is on the city's website right now. So I appreciate you for doing that because there was a lot of resources that I didn't even know about. So he was one who lived in homelessness, experienced it from mental health to everything. And I appreciate you being bold enough to speak up because we need more people speaking up like you, Mr. Crowley. So I think he just wanted to share his testimony, really.
Okay, well, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for translating. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. You're next. Thank you.
I'm Michelle O'Clair with Volunteers of America, Florida. One of the things I want to talk about is when I became involved with Palm Bay, it was with the Palm Bay Police, doing outreach with them 4 times a week. They were the ones that called me to come out and deal when they were having issues in homeless camps or camps were being homeless. They are instrumental in what they do, and I value them a whole lot because I see that they care. And I think that's really important is to have community people who are with the police going into these camps to offer real solutions. I can name off 15 people right now that if it wasn't for Palm Bay, I would have never gotten them into housing, and they're still in housing. So because of their caring, they're pushing to help them, and they're telling them, look, guys, you can't keep staying here. You got to work with them. We were able to make a huge dent especially during COVID, moving people out of homelessness into housing. They are the front line. They are the most important. So they must have community organizations collaborating with them to provide these sources. They can't just do it themselves. They have to have somebody that they can call and be able to have. I mean, I remember Officer Farmer called me on a Saturday.
Who's a sergeant now?
Yes, called me on a Saturday with a homeless camp they were getting ready to do. We were able to help move them to another area. Within 2 months, we had those people in housing. That's what it takes is them, the police being able to trust, I'm going to call somebody and they're going to do something.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay. Seeing that, now we're moving on to our discussion, gentlemen. And what should we? Well, first of all, let me go to the city attorney, Madam Attorney.
Yes, sir. As far as the information that I only have the information for the first 2 fiscal years.
Okay.
There's additional information that's probably in the portal that staff will be able to access and provide to council later. But for fiscal year 23, we received $86,397,097.57. Fiscal year 24, $189,221.79. Of course, it can be used for programs to fight or abate opioid addiction, which includes wraparound services like the prevention of homelessness.
Okay. So that is the funding source for the next 2 fiscal years. Is that what I'm hearing?
For the initial 2 years, there are additional because the payments will continue on. Some of them are for 5, some are for 10 years because it's a combination of settlements from a number of different groups. We do have initially when they provided it to us, they gave us just a Excel sheet that provided those 2 years. Now that we're on a portal, but there are only certain people within the city that have access to the portal. We weren't aware that you were going to ask that question, and I'm not one of those people that have access to the portal.
Now, is that funding source directly to the city of Palm Bay, or is that going to the county and then the county funnels to us?
No, those are the funds that we receive directly.
Okay. And then is there a funding source regarding opioids that'll go directly to the county that will be then deciphered onto us?
Yes, and we have that ILA agreement with the county because essentially there were 3 buckets of money: the money the city received directly, the money the county received, and the more regional funding as well.
So do I have an estimate number on that, or
you can get an estimated number, but
you don't have?
Hey, I wasn't prepared for an opioid.
Understood, ma'am, but the discussion went down that path.
But that information certainly can get you. I'll get with our finance director who does have access to the portal as far as the next projected payments and what we're looking to receive.
Okay, Mr. Morgan, I'd like to ask our deputy city managers a few questions.
Yes, they're ready.
Okay. Madam Giancarlo Brown, I think you're the most familiar with, or perhaps it was Juliet. I don't know. We submitted an RPF before, correct? Or our discussion was to look at that opportunity to see what services the community could provide regarding the homeless, partnering with the homeless. Have we not done that in the past? And did we not give direction in the past to go down that path?
Are you referring to the opioid RFA?
Yes,
So
to go along with, this homeless
that will be
discussion.
Published in January. So we did have a balance of 37,000, a little over that came from the 2 fiscal years that Patricia referenced. The balance of that RFA will go out specifically for prevention, treatment, and education targeting homeless populations. So it will be, per council's direction, focused on organizations that are going to target, not in the negative sense of the word, homeless individuals to help prevent, treat, and educate them on opioid.
Okay, and we're going to come see that
Yes.
in January.
It will be published in January. I believe it comes back to council in February.
And how much? That's only 37,000.
That's the balance of what
That
remains.
that was the balance that we had allocated.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so this funding, the 189 and the 86, was that already expended?
Yes, sir. Council awarded that to 3
Okay.
programs, 2 organizations, and that I believe is
Okay, I
either
wonder-
on Scott's
okay.
desk for signature or they're.
Okay. So what options do we have today?
So we have the balance that will go out in January. We
Right.
will receive future fiscal year funding through the portal when we get notified. We will, at council direction, publish an RFA to do the same, solicit the same in terms of organizations. If council's direction is we want to focus on addressing unhoused, then we can make sure that the RFA states such.
Do we have an option of partnering with the Brevard Homeless Coalition and those organizations for future funding?
And I'd be happy to hear your thoughts on
Okay.
what that looks
Okay.
like. I
All
do
right.
also sit on the Together in Partnership Committee for
Yes.
the county's abatement. I actually just sat on it. It was another staff member who served on that committee. So what I can do this evening is forward to council the latest notes that I had sent to our former city manager, Suzanne Sherman. So it gives you an idea of where we're at. But the latest is there will be another RFP that should go out from the county. We will also be holding or co-hosting a town hall from the marketing agency that was awarded funds through the county's TIP committee.
Okay. And what amount was that? Is that?
I'd
You
have
don't-
to look at my notes.
Okay. All right.
Much more significant than cities.
So I'm trying to get a ballpark figure here. And your notes are not readily available.
I
take
can
it.
look at them if you want to give me a few
Yes, ma'am.
minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So, council, want to have discussion at this point. I'll start off with Councilman Langevin.
All right. So the first thing is we keep talking about a number of like 700 to 1,000 individuals, but it keeps saying within the community, et cetera. And whoever's best to answer this question, I don't know, but can we have somebody come up to answer the question of, is that within the whole Brevard County? And if so, what is the actual number in the city limits of Palm Bay on an average?
So I guess, Amber, you would be the best qualified to respond to that. Can you come on up? And keep in mind the point, if you never participated in that, it's been 2 decades since I participated in that. And you actually go to these camps and they do the point and count, and they do it specifically during the winter months when it's coldest, right? Sometimes. So it's interesting. That's when our population increases because it's cold, very cold up north, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I have experienced that in the past. And I welcome council. Perhaps we could all go hand in hand and look at this front on. Like I said, I haven't done this in 2 decades, but it's quite enlightening when you do go with these professionals and see the conditions that most people are living and see the mental health challenges moreover. Yes, ma'am. Can you answer Councilman Langevin's question?
Yes. On our website, under the data section, we have point in time count graphics that go over the several years. So in your free time, if you want to go look at that information, you can also do that. So I pulled it up on my phone right here. We do a snapshot, like an infographic. So of the unsheltered count, so the 779, 51% of them were in the South. And that really our north, central, and south boundaries are, the north is from, gosh, I'm going to get this wrong. I think it's 528 north. Central is 528 to Pineda, and south is Pineda South. So when we talk about the South, 51% of that number is in the South. Now, we do have it broken down by city. If you would like me to get you that information, I can do that.
Yeah, because, okay, so 51%, was it 700 or 1,000?
So
I thought I heard 2 numbers.
Yep.
Okay.
Nope, you're right. The unsheltered population, so people who did not have access to shelter, was 779. Those who had access to emergency shelter was 337. Together, that is 1,116.
Okay, 1,116. That's really the total Brevard County homeless population. Some have access to a shelter, but they're still homeless.
Correct.
So we're really looking at like 1,100 overall. 50% of those are in the south end of the county. So, okay, so that's 550-ish. Let's say maybe close to 600. But that's all south of Pineda.
Yes.
All right, but we also know that the Daily Bread is in Melbourne, and
Correct.
that's a large concentration is kind of around the Daily Bread.
Mhm.
All right. Okay, so I would like to look into what the actual number is in the city of Palm Bay, but that's good percentages that we can work off of. So I'll just keep going. That did answer my question, and I don't think I'll have any more questions. So I'm okay if you go sit back down. But all right. So first off, all right, I want to preface everything I'm about to say with, as a city council, we have to represent 143,000 residents and the city of Palm Bay. Okay. Now, my understanding and really my experience is that there's two categories of homeless, and we keep talking about it as one. And I know some of you are going to disagree with me, and some of you have already kind of stated things up here that would disagree with this. But quite frankly, there are two categories of homeless, and there's people that want to get help, and there's people that don't want to get help, and that's quite frankly the reality. And I do support everyone in here who's doing things to help the people that want to get help, because they should have access to get help if they truly want to. But I will tell you some of my experiences personally. Just the other day, I had a guy, and it was probably behavioral health, mental health, but he jumped out in front of my car, started flicking me off. I was parked at a red light, stopped. There was multiple cars stopped at the red light. He just walked down the crosswalk, started flicking everybody off, saying F you, F you. The other day, somebody left a crack pipe in a park, and a child picked it up. I've interviewed the residents that live near the Daily Bread in downtown Melbourne, and they can't take it anymore. They don't want to live there. Men are exposing themselves and peeing on the trees in their front yard in the middle of the day. That's why they're moving the Daily Bread. Okay, so we need to understand that there are two demographics here that we're talking about, not one, and they do need to be treated differently. And the ones that don't want help, and the ones that are going to essentially act like criminal miscreants, whether it's behavioral health or substance abuse, as a city, our job is to enforce the law and to ensure public safety. And if they're going to break the law, and et cetera, they do need to be arrested and they do need to be removed. Trespassing is breaking the law. Substance abuse is breaking the law. That's just the reality. Okay. Myself and some of the other council members were putting signs out on election night, and one of them came up to us, obvious signs of meth use, and he straight up told us that there's like 30 of them that all do meth together and are homeless, and he wanted our signs afterwards. Okay, so there is a difference between wanting help and I just want to live in your community around your children and do meth and leave crack pipes on the parks, and those need to be addressed. And I would like to see I would like as a council to give guidance to our police that for the latter half that are out breaking the law, we do act aggressively on that. We do go on the offense, and we remove them from the equation so that we can focus these resources on the people that do want help, and so that we can keep our community safe, because Palm Bay is a bedroom community. That we have very little commercial, we have very little real estate. We're huge geographically, but people that come live here, they live here because they're a starting family. They have children. And we're talking about this type of stuff happening in our parks, in our communities around these children. And so I do have a problem with that. So one thing that I also want to look into is the city of Melbourne came up with a great ordinance that essentially said, look, legally we can't stop people from panhandling, although in some regards this may change that with the state law, but we can give tickets to people who are handing money to the panhandler because it's an unsafe motor vehicle act. I agree with that 100%. I think we should have that ordinance in our city because, quite frankly, a lot of the people panhandling, some of them are homeless, some of them aren't even homeless, and they're creating a safety issue on our streets. And so I would like to see that ordinance get passed in our city. And then, all right, I'm just going to talk about the funding issue. I want to be perfectly clear. I don't support any shelters being in the city of Palm Bay. I kind of am okay with the bus because it's mobile And the reason I'm saying that is, again, going back to the daily bread and how those residents are acting. There's nowhere in our city that is not essentially just a neighborhood, except for a few areas where we're trying to bring businesses in. And if you look at what's happening with the daily bread, it attracts them. The reason I asked what the population of homeless is in Palm Bay is because if we decide we're going to be the city that builds the shelter, it's not going to be what's probably 20% of the county. That's just a guess. But let's say it's 20%. We build a shelter. It's not going to be 20% anymore. It's going to skyrocket because they're going to come to the services. And wherever we decide to put that shelter is going to be within a stone throw of a neighborhood with family, with kids. It's going to be within a stone throw of a playground, within a stone throw of a school. And I'm not comfortable with that. And I will fight that. The bus is a little different because you can keep it mobile, you can keep it moving, you can move it. The towns could take turns taking care of, moving it from town to town, and you don't have the one geographical area where they go congregate. So I can maybe see that a little bit, but I'm not in favor of the shelters in the city of Palm Bay. Now, the city of Melbourne is moving the daily bread, which is a significant resource for the homeless, to another area that's more suitable for the city of Melbourne. If something has to happen where we do have to build a shelter in Brevard County, why wouldn't it be with the already existing infrastructure that exists? And then if we are getting sued because we don't have a place for the homeless to go, Councilman Hammer brought up already, we should have more coordination within the municipalities. We could say, hey, Melbourne's more centrally located anyways. Melbourne has areas away from neighborhoods anyways. They're putting the daily bread in one of those areas. Let's have a way to communicate that to the homeless population and transport the homeless population to that area. Now we're within the law. We're within HB 13, whatever, I don't care. But we're within the law. And now the problem's solved. And we're not bringing crime and nuisance and public safety and putting our kids' health at risk and making our citizens, quite frankly, pissed off. And those are the ones that pay the taxes that we're essentially forcing them to pay so that we can do this. And I would just like to say that I 100% support New Life Mission's whole concept. Zero government funding, 90% success rate. That's how nonprofits work. This is a nonprofit issue, in my opinion. It should be accomplished by nonprofits. And I don't think we should spend any money from the general fund on this. Quite frankly, the SHIP and the CBDG money, if it was 100% up to me, which I doubt I'd have the full support to do this, but if it was 100% up to me, that money's from the federal government. We should be sending that back with a nastygram that says, stop printing our money because you're driving up our inflation and you're forcing people out on the street instead of making it livable. And 143,000 residents of Palm Bay are feeling that inflation. Instead, we're distributing it to nonprofits. I don't agree that the city government should be giving any money to nonprofits. If you're a nonprofit and you have a virtuous cause and you are accomplishing your mission, you're going to get donors. You're going to get people who want to give you money voluntarily, not us stealing the money from the taxpayers and then deciding who gets that money. I think it's wrong. That's where I stand on the issue as a whole.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Langevin. Councilman Hammond?
Okay, first thing I wanted to say, as of the 2022 to 2027 consolidated plan for the city of Palm Bay, looking at the notes from what we've done in the past, a lot of the same things that are coming up today are the same things that were coming up then. These are things that we're finding out the problems. We're just talking about the problems. Then 2 years later, we're going to have another one of these. And we're going to come up with the same things. The same things are happening. Back then on 5/26 and on 7/21/22, according to the Brevard County Continuum of Care, which is you, they designated homelessness as a high priority. But we're still here doing the same questions, same responses, same answers. One thing that I do want to note was just this meeting alone, there was 5 people that didn't know each other here. If we can spend 2, maybe 3 hours of our time to even help one person, I think it's worth it. What I do want to say is I would like to have this quarterly. I think this is something that until we get a firm grasp on it, we need to take a few hours out of our time to discuss this, get people together. Maybe this here is going to open people's eyes to, hey, we are taking a stepping stone to make a help here. And I think we should do this quarterly. I do understand we are doing more to provide for people. So when you're providing more services, you're going to be getting more people. So I do see the numbers going up. But I do want to make this a quarterly thing, and I don't want it to be something that's just cool and popular now, and next month it's going to be something else. The only way we're going to make a change is if we have a pathway forward and we have a goal, and each quarter we can see what's working, what's not working, and maybe somebody else has another option. Maybe something else gets passed. Maybe another city comes up with something next week. We need to be able to have this discussion with each other, because it's not something we can discuss on our own. We can't call you. I can't call you and be like, hey, Rob, this is a good idea. This is something we need to be having on a quarterly deal and be able to discuss, because these is people. I mean, this is people's lives. That's somebody's son. That's somebody's daughter out there that is struggling. So I think this is something we need to stay on the ball with. And if I can get a quarterly meeting, I would love that. But everybody, if I can help you out at any time, please call me. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilman Hammer. Councilman Johnson, and then I'll wrap up with Peter. So.
Thank you, Mayor. Both council members said a lot, and I agree with the majority. I'm open to having quarterly, and I'm open to learning more about City of Melbourne's ordinance regarding panhandling. Because speaking to Senator Mayfield about House Bill 1365, because I was so confused on why they're pushing it, she said, in her words, it was all about, accountability for the municipalities of, taking homelessness seriously. So with that, those who are in the streets need accountability as well, because if you just keep giving dollars out, then we can't be upset with them collecting them. But what I'm hearing you say is if we withhold from giving dollars out, then that's going to make them prioritize their decisions and their choices. Hey, let me look into Career Source. Hey, let me go to St. Vincent de Paul. Hey, let me check out Love Inc. Hey, let me check out Community of Hope. So if that's what I'm hearing from you, I understand. I would like to look more into that as well, sir.
But just
Yep. So
keep the dialogue.
yes, sir. So, but in the end, I would love to move forward and look into what was mentioned by Mrs. Hicks, the Project Homeless Connect. So if we could have our staff work with Miss Carroll looking into Alabama of what they did and how they were able to be successful, because that's where we as the city, we can just provide the facility. All the nonprofit organizations, street side showers can be there to make sure they're cleaned and ready to go. A barber can be there, and they can use that as a tax write-off because they're donating their time. And then we have all these other organizations on one day, a year, or quarterly, however we want to do it, to help them. So I think that's a good idea, as well as getting nonprofits and the churches involved. Because if you have a church, man the Dignity Bus, not only is that an opportunity for case management, but that's an opportunity to introduce some of these people to the gospel, and some of them might not know it. So what a better way to, help with their mental health by focusing on their spiritual health, as Pastor Mark Miller mentioned. So I appreciate you mentioning Love Inc., because I wasn't aware of Love Inc. until today, sir. So thank you for that.
Does that conclude your comments? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And thank you for everyone for being here. It was pretty awesome just to hear what each organization does. I'm familiar with New Life Mission. I've been to your luncheons. I personally have donated. I like what your program does. Touch on Councilman Hammer. I kind of understand a little bit better I think where you're going at with the representative in the field, so to speak. If the police are meeting homeless in the public and they don't trust the police, it's having like a field coordinator that is a trusted servant that could build that relationship and that rapport that I think I heard from some ladies over here speak about. And then, I was curious about the mental health diagnosis survey. Like, are these like self-diagnosis, or that these people are claiming that they're only 34% have mental health issues, or are these like actual clinical diagnoses? And just hearing all the resources is incredible. But the one thing I think we're missing the point here is, like we're discussing House Bill 1365 and how are we in compliance? Like, how do we not get sued tomorrow for not being in compliance? And I'd like to hear from the city attorney on that. And to touch on that, the state of Florida, pushed the live local on us, but they also provided funding for live local. And I wish we had the workshop prior to our legislative priorities, but maybe we need to add money for this with our lobbyists, because the state of Florida is pushing us to be in compliance. You're doing that, okay?
So yes, sir. Go ahead.
That's it. That was my.
Well, that's good.
I want to touch.
City
I'm sorry,
attorney.
Mayor. I touch on. I saw a lot of people shaking their heads at Councilman Langevin discussion about not having a cold night shelter or a shelter of any kind in Palm Bay. We are a bedroom community. We have terrible public transportation. We have no jobs here. It doesn't make sense to have a shelter. There is a need to house people, but is it the best place to do it? I think a partnership with the county, more central, would be more appropriate, especially closer to Melbourne, where there's like Circles of Care, Sheridan Oaks, all sorts of different facilities and jobs. There's like the facilities you can go to, like Trojan Labor, where you show up in the morning, and however your transportation method is, bus, bike, you show up, you work that day, you get paid that day. We have none of that in Palm Bay, none of that. So it just makes sense. Although there's a need, I think it's better suited that we partner with a more central location. So with that, I'll pass. Thanks.
Yes. So, Madam Attorney, Deputy Mayor Jaffe had a question. Can you respond?
As the chief said, of course, what the legislation's preventing is from cities, local governments allowing people to camp on public property without taking any action. We are going to take action involving trespassing. If they're still non-compliant, it may rise to arrest, but it gives the cities that you have to take action. You just can't see them out there and not do anything, because before anyone can even file litigation, they have to put us on notice. We have 5 days to actually cure the violation. So there is enough time for us to get with community partners, for those that want the assistance, to provide them resources. For those that don't, maybe go on another path. But it is essentially what the Palm Bay Police Department has always done. They try to find resources for those that want resources, and use the criminal justice system for those that are really committing crimes and that do not want to conform their conduct to the law.
Okay. Thank you. Does that answer your question? So, Councilman Hammer has a follow-up question to that.
If we designate a person like I was speaking of, would that help our liability to show a documented person that reached out to that person and gave them the opportunity to fix the things? Would that cover our liability on that?
Ultimately, that may help address the problem. Ultimately, our liability is not being able to cure the issue within 5 days. So anything that allows us to address the issue within those time frames would help. But to have somebody there and not actually address the problem, no. But that certainly is a mechanism to make sure that we're maybe better compliant.
Thank you.
Okay. So let me, and I'll wrap this up because there's a lot that was said, but I want to just set the record straight. I believe that the homeless issue is three-pronged, not two-pronged. The very first is they're folks that become homeless through no fault of their own, and quite frankly, we're all probably 1 or 2 paychecks away from being in that same position. I thank God that my family are all doing well. So sometimes you're going to find families that need a hand up. And I think someone so eloquently said it. They need a hand up, not to be dependent. I know of several individuals that have been tax-paying individuals, and through no fault of their own, whether it was medical issues or what, we all fall short. That's the very first thing. That's the first condition. Then the second in my opinion, is the mental health component to this. Uh, some individuals, they need that mental health guidance. They need an opportunity for us to help them with some type of wraparound services through whatever uh, drastic issue happened in their lives. Uh, you can go downhill on a downward spiral, and it could happen to any one of us. And if anyone believes that you're far from that, a little taste of humility may go a long way. Then the third thing that I don't think and I haven't heard being discussed in this workshop is the underground element, the criminal element that no matter what wants to stay underground, does not want to even engage law enforcement, does not want to even engage anyone because they may have warrants out, and I'm not talking about simple warrants for failure to appear. I'm talking about underground criminals. Yes, we do have underground criminals that use the homeless situation to their advantage. So there's a three-prong approach that I think we should be looking at. I love the suggestion of our resident that cannot disclose her address, but perhaps the city should at least look into providing a stand-down opportunity. And the stand-down opportunity can be worked out with our Department of Veteran Affairs as being a catalyst for that. And I think we've got Jeremy that has the proper contacts, but in conjunction with the American Legions, we've got two that are 394 and one with 17. At least we can go under the guise of helping our veterans. And that will uncover the opportunity to maybe wrap around services of a driver's license, but it's at least putting an effort towards that and solving some of the issues that are before us. I do appreciate the dignity bus, but I believe that the dignity bus concept is very effective if those wraparound services come through, meaning the mental health component that you're speaking of, that contact that you so eloquently spoke about, Councilman Hammer, having someone as the point man, because there are individuals that, given the opportunity, will change their lives. Now, I do believe, and I'm Mr. Morgan, I'd like to ask the chief of police to come up and answer some questions, sir.
Chief, please.
Yes, Chief, thanks for coming up. First thing. Second thing, thank you for your service. And I've witnessed so many officers engaged our homeless population, right? And I understand. Whenever there's someone that's panhandling, and I know that we had an issue that were in the mediums, we approach that. How did we approach that, and how successful was that?
Well, and I have to ask, in what capacity are success?
When they were in the middle of the median,
yeah.
I know that we did an enforcement of,
correct,
because they were endangering the lives of not only themselves but of others within those intersections.
So we also, for several years running now, we've also put in for a grant for pedestrian crossing as well, where it's extra money that we get through this grant to supplement overtime for officers to go out there and enforce, enforce pedestrian crossings. And a lot of individuals that we're encountering at the time and continue to do at times to this day are panhandlers. So we approach them. We let them know they can't be there. 9 out of 10 times they move along. That's probably even higher than that, with no issues. They do return. We go back out there. We give them warnings. And then they don't come back. A lot of the locations that we're seeing an increase are plazas. Down on Malabar Road, during that commercial area, the Walmart entrance, to go into Walmart, there's paneling that's happening there and congregating, also in the Home Depot Plaza. So our success has been that we're on top of it in terms of officers are seeing it, officers are checking out with the individuals, they're enforcing in terms of they have to move, they got to go, educate them that they can't be doing it, educate them on an ordinance, and that's educate them on the law and the safety. It has become aggressive. You mentioned it to where that we have that underground element that does exist.
Those folks are not homeless. They're not struggling with any type of homelessness, and they don't shy away of admitting it to us when we're out there with them. So that has become a problem. In the past, it was a problem, I should say, not so much as of late. They know that we're not tolerating it here, so they're going elsewhere. Like I mentioned it earlier, they're on the other side of Palm Bay Road, knowing that it's not Palm Bay. But little do they know that we have that mutual aid as well, to where we can go back and forth and enforce and get with our local other agencies. It's been successful. The problem that we're having, and I go back to Councilman Langerman mentioned, safety. Some of them are citizens of our city, or at one point were citizens of our city, residents of our city, I should say, and we are required to provide a level of safety for them as well. However, some of them have become combative, particularly the panhandlers, where they are being aggressive with our motorists, approaching the vehicles, pounding on windows. Those are the ones that we do get phone calls, we do respond out, we do correct it. Sometimes it leads to arrest, sometimes it just moves them, they move along and they no longer come back. So it's give and take in terms of how we've been dealing with them, because we have seen a decrease over the last several years with it. We were pretty hot and heavy with it in terms of a large population of panhandling about 3 or 4 years ago, but it has decreased. Like I mentioned earlier, we're about 5% lower than we were this time last year. Our interactions have been it was in the 40s, which isn't a lot, but it's still there. And the reason why we're interacting, either it's twofold. Our officers are seeing it while they're out there patrolling, and they jump out and take action when needed. And we're getting calls from our citizens or our residents or visitors that are coming through Palm Bay saying that they're being aggressive.
So those are citizens that aren't actually giving the money, right?
From what I'm aware of, yeah, correct. That is correct. So I don't know definitively if that's the case. The ones that are giving the money aren't being aggressively approached. It's the ones that are not rolling down their windows.
Copy that. Understood. Okay. All right. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. So, like, the way I look at it, it is a three-prong approach. That underground element is, and I truly believe that our law enforcement officers are engaging that criminal element. I know that there's a criminal element because I've witnessed it. I've seen it. I've been part of this community for 36 years, and I know. And that's why I wanted to break down those three different prongs. Now, for the sake of meeting to just meet, I like getting results, gentlemen. I really do. You want to meet every quarter? I'm game with that, Councilman Hammer, because it shows that you have a heart, that you want to resolve this issue, and it's through collaboration. I'm all about that. In the meantime, I think we have something that, why don't we try to do a stand down? I think that could be a good first step. I love what the young lady mentioned, because we may be able to help even one family member. When you do become homeless, the least thing you're worried about is paperwork. So birth certificates and all those items, they go by the wayside sometimes. So I would at least want to try to get a consensus that our staff work to try and get a stand down, and we could do it at one of our community centers, whether it's Fred Poppy Regional Park, and we could work alongside SCAT to get folks there, or let it be Tony Rosa. That would be a great first step in my eyes, and then continue collaboration with the Brevard Homeless Coalition and another dialogue. So if I have consensus, there's two things I would suggest, right? Number one, let's work towards a stand down. Number two, let us have that continual dialogue, come back in a workshop setting with our same partners, and continue this open dialogue on how we could get additional resolution. But moreover, to your argument, Deputy Mayor, making sure that we're also in compliance with what we're doing regarding H Bill 1365. So those are my suggestions, gentlemen. If you want to, yes, sir.
Only other things to add to Councilman Lanchman's point, looking into the Melbourne ordinance that they put
The
forth.
panhandling
Yes, sir.
ordinance.
And then for Councilman Hammer, looking into a volunteer position. And that could be something where I guess, our community development team interviews volunteers who are interested
I think we have that infrastructure already in place with a CDBG member, right? We've got volunteers that they can draw from. I don't know. I'm asking Councilman Hammer what that vision looks like, because my vision could be totally different than yours and Councilman Johnson.
If I remember correctly, we kind of had a little coalition of people in 2015, and if I remember correctly, it worked fairly well. But I think it went away on the wayside because it just wasn't the popular thing anymore.
Yeah.
I do want to do some research, and I don't want to make any decision tonight. But just like my advisory board that I'm working on, I have that ready. I'll take that under my wing, and I'll do the research on some guidelines for that, and I'll work with our city staff to get something in writing for us to discuss. Also, I would like to say on October 21st, we received a proposal for a stand down from Thomas Gom. He has it laid out pretty amazing. If we can take that and kind of use a lot of that and build on it, because he has some really, really good ideas, and it was forwarded to us through our emails today. So I think that's a good start for it. And I think we need to build off of that. But I do want to hit the ground running on this. This is something I think we should start on immediately.
Okay, so
I have a recommendation, Mayor.
Say again.
So for me with the stand down, I'm not opposed to doing a stand down, and if we end up doing it in the city, that's fine, and I'll go out there. But my recommendation is that we give guidance to staff to reach out to the city of Melbourne and to find a place centrally located that's close to Melbourne, West Melbourne, and Palm Bay, work together and do a large stand down, preferably in the city of Melbourne, but near Palm Bay, where we can provide for the population of that whole south area, not just Palm Bay.
We also have the Evans Center that we now own.
The what now?
We own the Evans Center building now.
Yeah, we could do it at the Evans Center. That's in the south.
That's as close as Palm Bay and Melbourne as you
can. Yeah, that's yeah, that may work. I don't know if I don't think they provide the square footage that may be needed.
Well, yeah.
That is my only concern. But certainly we could even we've got the facilities. I'm not going to debate where we have it, gentlemen. That's not important to me. Wherever we could get it, we have more of a direct effect doing it in Palm Bay, right? We can't. If you don't want to put any money towards this, right, then the only option would be we may have to lease a space, right? So you don't want to do that. I say the community centers, because we're not going to lease that space. We own it. It's ours. So that would be my suggestion. But I do agree. Maybe what I'd like regarding that panhandling issue, I'd like the chief to actually sit in on those meetings with the city attorney.
Mayor?
And yes.
Regarding the panhandling and specifically Melbourne's ordinance, the chief and I have considered the panhandling issue, Melbourne's ordinance, certain other cities' ordinance, including having discussions with Michael Kahn. We have come forth with the conclusion that our existing state law and ordinances are sufficient for the problems that the city has, and Chief and I have not had any additional conversations where we would be recommending that the city take upon any additional risk going down that path, because we have limited commercial centers where they are, so it is not really as impactful. A lot of cities have spent quite a bit of money, unfortunately, trying to defend these panhandling ordinances, and I don't believe that the problems that we have rise to the level where we would want to take that risk. And our current tools do seem to be effective.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate those comments. And I yield to you and the chief when it comes to creating ordinances and enforcing them. So I hope that satisfies Councilman Langevin. But again, I wanted to talk about what action items I hear. Action items for staff, the direction from what I hear this council take is let's work on a stand down. We apparently have a blueprint. I haven't seen the email. So if we could pass it, who would be the point person, Mr. Morgan? Would you assign the point person, or should we all direct it to you, or our growth management
Yeah,
director?
why don't you just send it to me, and I will make sure we have the appropriate person if that's the council direction.
Aye, sir. So, if we could get that document to him, Councilman Hammer, I'm going to assign that to you if you don't mind, sir. Pass it on to Mr. Morgan, and let's talk about how we're going to have this stand down. Ideally, it's going to be in Palm Bay, but if Melbourne won't charge us a fee to have it somewhere there, then it's okay. But
or if a church steps up,
or if a place of worship
yeah.
Steps up, that's fine too. But the square footage is going to be the key. The way I envision the stand down is there's, like they mentioned, someone's going to be cutting hair. There'll probably be street showers there. There'll probably be the Department of Motor Vehicles or the tax collector will be there. The Department of Veteran Affairs should be there, right? They could actually, have them issue an ID right there. So there's different entities that are actually going to stand down. I've even witnessed where they've gotten the Marine Corps called them Alice packs back in the day. I'm sure my day is obsolete, but we used to, have those, and I've seen those. They've issued boots, they've issued socks, which anybody that served in the military, they know that that's the military's cure-all. Drink water and change your socks, right? That is the cure-all. So if we could be able to do something like that, I'd be quite pleased. So I think we've got direction. I got a thumbs up from Deputy Mayor, Councilman Johnson. I got thumbs up all across the board. Yes, sir, Mr. Morgan.
Yes, let me just make a comment on
Sir.
one of the items was trying to establish a quarterly meeting. It's been my observation just in a very short time that we have a lot of workshops and special meetings and so forth. And if I could sort of represent the staff here in terms of the task that you've asked us to undertake, if you're willing to sort of hear another side about that, to maybe think about postponing that thought. But that clearly that's a council thing, but things are limited. Money, time, and people, and I think we're pretty actively engaged from what I understand in a lot of things. And so if I could suggest maybe a potential rethink of kind of pre-programming quarterly meetings, I'd just like to offer that for your consideration.
So I hear you, Mr. Morgan. I hear you. Perhaps, and I'm a baseball guy, sir. Perhaps I could hit a sweet spot here. Maybe we could go and meet again, in June. Would that suffice? Another workshop regarding this?
Is this something we can handle at a normal council meeting?
Well, we could definitely bring up.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm okay with that. I'm 200% on board with that. I just want to make sure it's scheduled quarterly on those council meetings.
Is it quarterly okay, or is it every 4 months?
Yeah, so we'll probably figure out a rhythm to get into, but I think the more that we could incorporate into regular meetings of what's otherwise a workshop or a special meeting, it really provides tremendous benefit to your staff. And
Well,
I just offer that for your consideration.
I appreciate that, Mr. Morgan. Right along that same vein, I got a time limit. I got a time limit till 11, but okay, we'll work on another. We're gonna make it a regular meeting. However, if we have this many people that want to speak, incorporate in a regular meeting, understand that you're gonna have to extend it at least twice. Number one, and it's gonna be really laborsome for me to hone it in for us to leave before midnight.
Yes, sir. And I think it's not an area I would normally, it's council rules of procedure, but there is an item on Thursday's agenda that one of the goals would be to try to assist in having you make decisions, but perhaps increase the probability of it being a little shorter.
Okay.
It's certainly the council's, but I would bring your attention to an item that's recommended for Thursday that might be of assistance.
All right, sir. Well, we're all ears.
I
All right.
do know that if we do allocate somebody for that position, we will be getting annual reports from those people. So I think that's going to limit. Like we're going to have a goal. We're going to have some kind of accountability for those results. So I think once we do get the ball rolling, we do get everything going. These quarterly things do not need to happen. It's just something until we get a good path forward. It's like learning to walk. Once you learn how to walk, you don't need to learn how to walk again.
Well,
I think once we have learned how to walk and we have a path, I don't think it's something that we need to do. But this is something that is extremely important. This is something, these are people that they're going through something that I would never wish on anybody. Where, I do understand it takes a little bit of time, but it's taken them a little bit of time too.
Well,
It
I
could be
want
life or death.
whenever and that decision of that volunteer, it's critically important for them to work in collaboration, peacefully with everyone, because it's difficult to assign someone that has personality conflicts, right? So let's always consider that, because a lot of these folks, they've been working with each other for years, and yeah, there's disagreement, but it's how you disagree. So as long as who are we assigning? Will you be making that, or the board will be making that determination?
No clue.
Okay, so I would imagine
Yeah.
it would be a vote
Yeah,
of
by
all
us,
five.
it can go by, it can be run through the city staff, and then the
Okay.
recommendations made to
Okay.
us, and we can say yay or nay.
Okay, Mr. Morgan, do you have enough direction?
Yes, sir. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
all right. Well, hearing that, this meeting's adjourned.